Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome. It's Sunday. I was trying to be a little bit early, but I ended up being a little bit late. I had a couple of auditions come my way, so I thought I'd do those real quick. That's a new chain look, I think. I don't recognize that design. Yo, Deez is in game? Look, see that? Look, see? All I had to... Your boy is a hoe. I know everybody. I know everybody. I know all these people. I just got bought, like, dude. Okay, let me see who's on. Dub is on. Dub is in AVP. Nobody else is on at the moment. Are they leveling their climbing? They must be leveling their climbing. Wait a minute. As we level, do we get the 3 points for every level we level? All of my stats are still maxed. I haven't used all the weapons. Do they keep climbing? Huh. Interesting. Okay, we gotta figure out what we're doing. We want to stay level comparable, so let's go 15 to 19. Oh, Iveil's on. Let me see what that Vorpal person's doing. That's the rogue that was with us yesterday. Hey, Spectre. Did you boost to 20, change your mind, and reboot? No. Oh, you know what? Yes, you're right. Thank you, Spectre. Yes, you're right. It was for the necklace. We had the necklace done at like level 14 or 15, but I died, so let's say 14. But it had a level requirement of 19, so I went to 20, put the neck on, and then went back down again. You're right. You're right. It would have given me the max stats for level 20 because it took away all my XP. They seem to be AFK at the moment. Well, there's at least 3 of us. Vorpal? Yeah, well, I managed to snag him last night when we were in... Where were we? HC and Manor. Well, was he there from Manor? I don't know. No, he might have been there from Manor. I think he was one of the people that logged. I don't remember. Anyhow, seemed pretty awesome. He had mobs on lockdown, like he was using the CC. It was great. I'm just trying to think right now, because I'm pretty sure last night we had like 10 dings. So we had like 10 levels across 6 people. Mad Run would be good for XP. Non-stop spider pulling if nobody else is there. Excuse me. Just snack some pizza while watching people on motorcycles try to outrun the police? Oh no. Wait, I think something like that came across my phone yesterday. I think somebody drove through a park and then pulled into a gas station, and was able to refill their bike and get on the road again before the cops got around the block or whatever where the park was. I think that's what I saw. That was hilarious. So Vorp was asking me, like he was really looking forward to XP and loot. So I told him, I said, really, if you're looking for both right now, there's only two options. We either go to Helnir's down by the Ghosts, or we jump over to Eastern Plains and go do the Lycanthrope outside the Knoll. They're both around the same level. Ghosts are 2 levels higher. Chances are better stuff might drop from them, but we don't rightly know. But the only 2 places I can think of right now at our level for experience and possible loot together would be Eastern Plain Wolves and Helnir's Ghosts. Orc Valley would be great for XP. The village is there, but the gear they drop is not really what I would consider upgrades. So I don't think that's a viable place for loot, but that would be a great place for XP. The manor seemed to be a solid place for XP, but absolutely no loot whatsoever. What else do we have available? Mad Run? As far as I know, there's no loot dropping off the spiders. One of my friends has been in there the past couple of nights. Outside of names, they haven't seen anything. So, Mad Run wouldn't be an option for both. Mad Run would probably be the best right now for XP. Not many people go in there with a group, and at our level, everything is going to be like yellow, light orange. But he was looking for both, and I'm looking for people. So I'm thinking we'll probably wind up down at Ghosts in Helnir's. Because I'm trying to think, I know with the Lycanthrope over by the Knoll, I know that there's armor that drops for me, but I think I can't use it till like 25. Which makes no sense to me, because I think the mobs are 18, 19. The Ghosts are 19 plus. Actually, probably 20 plus. 19, 20 plus. That would be a more solid test for the group if we have 6 people, which is why I'm thinking Ghosts in Helnir's. But again, I don't know if they've been peppered with loot. I know they've done upgrades to Helnir's. I think there's been 2 passes on Helnir's. I don't think we wouldn't be able to do Wyken. We're a ways off from Wyken. Wyken is level 29, roughly. He would murderize us. Was checking out the market, saw legendary chest 45 listed. Are you in chat, Ivale? Or on stream? You are, okay. Yeah, so when you're at the market, if you see an item posted and the individual has 2 names, I believe they're a dev. Just so you know. If you notice, there are 2 names. A first and a last. Those are devs. So I believe the dev team put items up there. Because if you look at the item, it tells you it's a one-handed sword. Even though it's a breastplate. However, they've just leaked to us that there is legendary gear, and it is flagged gold. So they leaked it to us. Hey, Bricks, what's happening? I was wondering where my cartwheel ended up. Yeah, right? Right? I mean, it was just there. It was calling to me, so I thought I'd roll with it. You know, I've always told my stream I tend to get around, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Some might say I spoke too soon. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stop now. Where am I? Oh yeah, right. Field of Spheres. No, Cope. No, there's no legendary gear in-game just yet. However, there's an NPC at town called the Market Merchant or Market Vendor. He's the placeholder for the player market that's coming in-game. And one of the items that is dummy tested on there is a breastplate that is flagged in gold text, and the classification is legendary. So we have never seen legendary anything in this game to date. Now, I don't know if they meant to put a legendary item on the market, but now at least we know there is a legendary item. Now, it could be that legendary is the new flag, item flag, for like the raid loot, like Tel Daedrus loot, like the breastplate off of Ash Sentinel, or Cindercleave off of Tel Daedrus. So it could be that those are now labeled legendary. If not, they have a whole bunch of new loot coming in. So yay yay. I need this to succeed, man. It's such a fun game. Yes, it is. That's why I keep playing it. That's not true. You looted a legendary item last week. Lies. Lies, lies, lies. What was the item? I don't remember. My character was wiped. That's not gonna work. This one, the bike guy was flying down the highway. Cops all over him, ended up in speed, wobbles, crashes, and then tries to run down the highway. Like running is gonna work out better, right? It was a gem of sorts called a shimmering shard. Never heard of it. Where'd you get it? Do you remember where you got it from? I don't think the mastery shards were called shimmering shards, so I don't know what a shimmering shard is. I'm not familiar with that name. One of the mobs in Mad Run? Wait, Spider Den. You mean the Spider Den in Thronefast? Or you mean here in AVP? Mad Run. The spiders in Thronefast. Interesting. A shimmering shard. I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar. I'm pretty sure the mastery shards weren't called that, but maybe they were. There are very ultra rare little shards that drop, and if you can collect 4 of them, you're supposed to be able to combine them into a mastery point. Now, I don't know if they're still going to be valid with the new system, but they had it set up on the old system that if you'd gotten 4 of them, you could combine them to make a completed mastery point. It said something about combine. Okay, so that's what it was then. Okay. I would believe that then. Yes, as far as having a legendary tag, because those have like a 0.000000001% chance to drop. You'd be lucky in the last 3 years if 12 of them have dropped for everybody in the game altogether. They are that rare. A blue curve gem? That would be it. That's them. Oh, all the 20s. I'm not looking, I don't want to jump into 20 just yet. See no lies? Well, I mean, I still haven't seen a screenshot. So, I'm familiar with the item, but I've never seen it with the legendary tag. So technically, in a court of law, it could still not exist. Right? Just saying. Just saying. It's like the old saying, take a screenshot or it didn't happen. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I take your word for it because the Shimmering Shard is an actual item. It is really, really super rare. And if it was going to get any tag at all, it would definitely have a legendary tag on it and not an uncommon or rare. Because it is not a rare drop. It is a stupid, 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 stupid ultra rare drop. I've had, 17 Krushneks in 3 years. And I think I've seen 2 shards. Just to give you an idea. Yes, one would say mythic. Okay, the 4 of us are here. Now, okay, so I gotta think. It's not gonna be good to go to the ghosts with 4 of us. We could still go down and kill Black Rose for the time being. We can even go over into the cellar and start pulling there until we fill the group out. I'd like to be able to get our druid or cleric in the group. We don't really have much for buffs, do we? Excuse me. Everybody on is here. I'm gonna start clearing these guys. I have no battle points. I started empty. We'll jump in. Yeah, we end up in combat because of, oh, that's Vorpal typing. So we end up in combat because that other player was fighting as well. So there was an AoE from the rat, and that put somebody in the group in combat. I will say, after clearing last night, I still feel like it was a bit quick to clear the Black Rose Cellar, and those guys were white con, all of them. So I do feel like that went a bit too quickly. But when we were over, well, when we were a couple levels lower, in Halnir's and, where else were we? Goblin Caves? No. Halnir's and somewheres. Oh, the ruin, the Galdassi ruins. Combat felt really good. Like the fighting, the time it took to kill, that felt really good. Being that we didn't have any overpowered characters, twinked characters, none of the stuff. So, a lot of the content there was blue, with some white and few green. But it still felt pretty good as far as crawling. But here, it's been a bit quick. At least that's my input from us being here the past couple days. And again, I have no interest in going to 20 to test this stuff. We're doing this legit. Okay, clearly somebody else is down here. We did have a couple of bad pulls, which was nice. You know, I think we had a couple of wipes yesterday. If we have gone through completely flawless, I kind of would have had an issue with it, because it shouldn't be a thing. You should struggle at certain points. I don't want this game to be easy for people. That breeds laziness. Or brings lazy people to the game. That stalker's gonna pull you there. We're gonna have 3. Alright, I got you. Now to get the other one. Before it gets Vorpal. Got you. Stalker is loose. Gonna get you again. Get you off Dove. Get the stalker. Got the stalker. Everybody should be on the other. Oh, never mind. People on the stalker. Okay. Aggro felt good. I mean, I've still lost aggro to Dove or to Wizards, which I expect. I expect to lose, especially when I run out of battle points and they don't give us efficient options to get them back, like fighting casters. Trying to tank a caster as a warrior is very difficult because they don't melee you enough. I don't know if that's something they can change. I don't know if they want to put some kind of threat boost on shield block or shield bash. But warriors and casters don't really get along. Everything else has been fine, fantastic, but we just don't lose aggro. Not gonna worry about the placeholder. Excuse me. Wow, okay, not a single... Alright, game. I can play that too. I think that's because you have good DPS players in group. Yes. It all helps for the testing. Oh, hello, crew boss. Oh, that dude. Could be a problem. Aggro and running back and forth like that. He's probably checking on stuff. Yeah, he pulled those too. Well, you know what? Oh. How do I get spiders? Since he got aggro on those two dudes, we'll check. Nope, not up. Now, these guys are even con. I enjoy the fact this rogue knows what he's doing. It's fantastic. Love it. And I say know what he's doing because not only is he DPSing, but he's also utilizing his traps, his blackjack or smoke screen. Oh, I swear I don't have mobs coming after you. Cool thing is, ghosts can have sight, so stealthers will have issues moving to the ghosts. Now that crew boss should walk all the way down here. This guy's all waiting to sneak past, man. When they get aggro, they end up breaking the CC of the rogue. We haven't seen any keep-issued armor drop off these guys. Not a piece. And that's the Black Rose armor. Outside of Black Rose Keep. And I know they didn't take it out because it was dropping last week. Hey, Night Watch, what's happening? You jumping in game this evening? Okay, man. Excuse me. Excuse me. I love tanking. You know, for all the tanking I've been doing, chat, since the reset, I haven't really had to use any of my banners. I don't know how I feel about that. They were supposed to be like the selling point of the warrior. I guess if we ever get into a situation where we're fighting yellows and oranges, I would bring out the hit rate banner for sure. But I'm not using the threat banner. I didn't bother to go into the shieldman banner. I can't use the onslaught because that's on the warlord side of the tree. It's interesting. It's almost like banners haven't become, or are no longer, what's the word I'm looking for? Prioritized mechanic, which is interesting. Rude. Oh, it went off. These guys are now yellow and orange. Okay, so they're definitely doable. Did you move? Yeah, there you are. Come on down again. I can't move. What can I move? Oh, I'm rooted. I'm like, what is happening? Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. I would zone out. We were so close to dinging, chat. We were so close. I had to try it. The mobs up the stairs are starting to con yellow and orange. Now, mind you, we don't have a full 6-person group. We probably should have that. Yeah, that silencer was nuts. So those mobs were yellow and orange, chat. So because of that, we were missing quite a bit. If you listen to those pew pew sounds, those are misses. So when I was trying to generate my battle points, my generators were missing. And when they were trying to do their CC and DPS, they were missing as well. We were doing all right on the yellow. The problem was, because I went down prone, the next time I went down, I'd be dead, which is what happened. If for some reason I wouldn't have gone down on the first one, we might have pulled that off because I would have had the prone for the second one, but that's neither here nor there. This is what they want us testing. I just, would prefer to have 6 people in the group. Speaking of that, has anybody... Nope. Excuse me. See, once players get over level 20, you're not going to get them to D-level because they lose those levels and then they have to work them up again. Is my understanding. Unless you can cancel outright and it returns you to your current level. Is that how it works? I've never tried it. Surprised you tanked that when you got super low, thought you'd zone out? I put a lot of faith in my group members. That's what happened there. I always put faith in my group members. I do expect them to run when I go down. I typically don't run from a fight unless it was a huge mistake. That wasn't a huge mistake. That was a planned pull. What did I just aggro here in the valley? Oh, okay, it just wore off. But there's nothing in here. Whoops. If I'd have pulled that off, though, that would have been impressive for the four of us. A healer salted. Yeah. I've grouped with 3 other rogues since the beginning of early access that learned what you would consider all the tricks of the rogue, and it was awesome. But I've grouped with a lot of rogues who I'm assuming didn't quite understand all the things the rogue could do. I've talked up the rogue for a very long time. Anytime the rogue conversations come up on stream since the beginning of early access, dude, the rogue is phenomenal. Like, the rogue's fantastic. People weren't putting enough faith behind the rogue, but that's because they weren't figuring it out. There are people out there that figure it out. The rogue is phenomenal. The rogue is so different from every other rogue that's existed in every other MMO. How are you on Wrath, Avail? Just so I know. I know you've got your generators, but I know they're also on a bit of a cooldown. About 70%. Okay. We can go ahead and pull. Oh, the trap wore off, ran out, I think. Yeah. I'm out of battle points. If I don't have aggro, I'm not going to get aggro. Working on it. I should have it now. There we go. Now we can start getting back some battle points. That's so good. He put the trap down and then he stood there and waited for the mob to get in front of me, which would put him to his back, and then he smoke tricked him. Let's get on the worker. Let's save the boss for last. He'll take the longest. That was fancy. I like that fight. Oh, I don't want 3. I didn't realize I was still a roamer. I thought I pulled him. I did not. I will now, though. Oh, they took aggro. I need to get hit. If I don't get hit, I can't hold aggro. And I lost it again. I shouldn't say I lost it, I didn't have it. Who's that dude? Excuse me. Oh, rallying banner might be alright. We might try to start using that, I think. I knew there were 3. 1, 2, 3. You're the roamer, right? You're gonna turn around and walk backwards. Yep, there you go. And then there's 1 here in the corner. And there's 2 up here on the stairs. No, there's 3. 1, 2, and then 1 against this wall. And the one against this wall is usually seeing Viz. Usually. That's why you'll see some players go up the stairs and turn around and come back again. The mob we killed earlier on the stairs spawned at a higher level, but they're both orange now. Nobody on, man, forever. Hey, there's Andos. What are you doing, Andos? Or are you in stream? Are you coming along, or are you doing something else? You don't have to come along. I just saw you on the Who list. Hey, Mr. Pineapple, what's happening? You think it's because they're waiting for the... Oh, yeah, there are quite a few... Now, I can't say we're going to have thousands of people come back once the wipe happens. Now, maybe that happens. I don't think so. But I do believe a lot of people are waiting for... When we say wipe, let's call it the combat progression completion. So when they sign off on how combat is going to be done from level 1 to level 50, then players will come back. Because what will happen is the build from this server will get pushed out to the other servers. And that's why, like, as someone who I don't have any ties to VR whatsoever, but I would really like to see more players that are playing the game currently test stuff at level. They specifically asked us in the patch notes this week to especially test 10 to 40 content. Now there's a reason they took the 25 to 40 auto level away, because they want us to level up normally and provide feedback. Players aren't doing that. Everybody went to level 20 and they're pushing to try and get to the higher content. And as far as from what I've seen through all the channels that I follow with the game, nobody's posting input and feedback about how their class works, how combat works, how this works. I've been making notes myself the past week, and when I'm ready, I'm just gonna submit them all. Now, going from level 1 to level, going from 1 to 10, I think VR is pretty much signed off on that. So that's a good thing. That means they've got a tier of content that they're comfortable with. We just need the other 30 levels. But we need people testing. They don't have enough data. They thought they were going to have enough data 2 weeks ago, but they gave everybody the ability to skyrocket to 40. And if you go back 2 weeks and listen to my streams, you're going to get tired of me, because all I do is whine and complain about people jumping to 40, and what they did was they ran around to all the lower level zones and just farmed all the useless shit. No offense, but offense. Test the game. The game's, we're not going to get a 1.0 for like a year and a half. So you just got to deal with it. It won't happen any sooner. They have 2 other continents they got to get in here. They've got 20 other zones. But people want to rush to grab everything. Like, so many people were rushing to 40 or past 40 to try and get to Tel Daedrus and the Cradle and get all the loot and so on. Like, and then people will try and justify it by saying, "Oh yeah, but they had asked us to test the masteries, and you don't get some of your masteries until level 40." Yeah, I understand, but why don't you test the leveling, and then when you get to level 40 legitimately, then you test the masteries. This game is not going to come out next Tuesday in a finished combat form. They need all the data they can get, which is why they stop people leveling to 40, which is fantastic. It's exactly what they should have done 2 weeks ago. Not that I know any better, I'm not building the game, but I know better. And I knew what was going to happen, and my stream knows it, because I said all this before the support NPC came into the game. The night before it came in, I said it. I went off on a whole whining rant about it. I said exactly what was going to happen, and the next day it happened. All of it. And people can say, "Oh yeah, but we've already played, you know, the level 10 and 20 content over and over again." Yes, but they've changed it over and over again, so you have to keep going back. Like, I don't know other than to take the players, put them in a classroom, and teach them about how to learn stuff. Because, like, dude. Anyhow, here we are. I'm gonna say 2. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to chat. Sorry. Yes, after this fight. Oh, 2 became 3. Whoops. Sorry, Andis, I missed your messages. Or I missed coming along or whatever. I guess I wasn't paying attention. And also, I keep telling people, the sooner you test 10 to 40, the sooner you get your endgame. Like, my goodness, if they don't get enough data from 10 to 40 and people like are skyrocketing or skipping, nothing's going to stop them from doing yet another reset or another wipe. Like, people just don't understand. They don't. It takes VR an afternoon to make the decision to do a character wipe. But if the player base, for the most part, goes through legitimately, levels, goes through the dungeons, gets the gear, posts comments and input about the gear that's dropping, is it worthwhile? Is it fun? Are you enjoying yourself? What happens when you fight casters? What happens when you fight melee? But if people keep jumping and skipping content and they don't get what they're looking for data, they're just going to do another wipe. And then more and more people are going to stop playing and they're going to complain, blah, 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 the game's never come. If you sat there for 5 minutes and thought about it, it's a whole cycle over and over and over and over again. And I don't mean offense, but that's what it is. So everybody needs to look in a mirror. That's where we are. I was playing pretty hard earlier before they said anything about a wipe. You think you got to level 30? This is my 17th warrior in 3 years. I'm not kidding. This is Krushnek number 17. Actually, this week it might be even 18. I've lost count. I don't know if this week is 18 or this week is 17, but I've been through 17 warriors. I'm here until this game comes out. I need this game to come out. I want to play this game. This game is a whole lot of fun, and if you have friends and guildmates and so on, the game is going to be a blast. But we have to get through development. It's like rowdy kids. If you have kids at the table and they're eating supper and they're too busy joking around and being foolish, it's going to take longer for them to get down from the table, right? Because the parents are going to keep them there to try and get them to eat all their food. But they don't eat all their food. And then the parents keep them there longer. And if they just ate the food, they'd be able to get down and go into the living room and mess around. Right? Right. Same thing. Exact same thing. Yin and yang. Pepsi and Coke. Same thing. We're on a 5-minute AFK chat. We have someone coming to the group, and our wizard is going to get them. Although, are you guys going to be okay getting back in here? I'm guessing we'll have to clear out when you've got them. I mean, and here's the thing. We don't even have all the classes back in the game yet. On this server, we're still missing the monk and the necro. So they have no data on the monk and necro right now. So even if people are like, oh well, you know, there'll be a couple of groups that'll run through and do all the kind, we'll just wait for them to finish. They still can't be finished because you can't finish and sign off on the combat progression and then introduce new classes. And I say new classes because they're going to be new to this server. Nobody tied to the game has any idea how the Necro and Monk are going to be, how they're going to function in this game, because we don't have them yet. And we don't even have all the mastery systems for the classes that are in the game right now. Like this progression testing is it's going to be months. It's definitely going to be months. Oh, you guys got invis. I forgot. Excuse me. And then there were 5. So once Vorp is back, we'll start pulling. Or I should say, Vorp and Ive might be AFK too, I don't know. Nope, Ive is here. So we're just waiting on Vorp. Oh, I should study my spells. Or skills. Oh, right, you got it at 18. Fantastic. Anybody in chat not seen the mastery system yet? So this is the defensive side, this is the tank side for the warrior. And this is the DPS side for the warrior. So the DPS side is known as the warlord, and the defense is known as the bastion. I'm playing bastion. You didn't know that came out? Yeah, we have 8 of them right now. The 3 tanks have their masteries, the 3 healers have their masteries, the wizard has their mastery, and the enchanter has their mastery. Now, there's still a work in progress. None of the mastery systems are finalized on the classes, and some of the classes have abilities that either aren't functioning currently, or are switched off, or haven't been implemented yet. But yes, Mastery came out, 2 months ago? Mastery started coming out about 2 months ago. They started with the Warrior, then it went to the Paladin, then it went to the Dire Lord. Then it went to the Healers. Just to give you an idea. So the way the Mastery system works, okay? As you're leveling, so when you hit level 5, you get 5 mastery points. That's when you start to actually build into your character. Then every level after that on your way to 50, you get 1. So altogether, you have 50 points by the time you hit level 50. Now, on your mastery window, the core, or the middle here, is going to have a number of abilities that will be empowered if you select them. So if you use mastery points to turn on one of the empowered skills here in the middle, as you level up, that skill will level up with you. But if you don't select that skill, and you end up getting the ability or using the ability, it's going to stay at the default thing. You're not going to want to have all of them, right? Some of these are going to be preferential to the DPS. Some of these are going to be preferential to the defense. So in my head, I have a rough idea of what I want to do. And so far, it's been phenomenal. I don't lose aggro. I've had a lot of warriors out there are having issues with aggro, holding aggro. I'm not. I never have, except for the broken wizards from a month ago. But anyhow, so let's say with Rupture. So Rupture is our bleed attack. So if we hit Rupture to empower it, as you can see, it says Empowered Rupture. And it says in the tooltip, allows your Rupture abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you have spent. So as you level and use more points, your abilities that are empowered get stronger. So then we go over here to the defense side to see what we have for Rupture. Now you would typically think, oh, well, Rupture's a bleed, that would be DPS. Well, over here, Rupture has a tree. So there's the Rupture tree for DPS. And here's the Rupture tree for the Bastion. Now the Rupture tree for the Bastion not only empowers the bleed, but it also adds threat. Over here, you have empowering the bleed and making it proc more often on a mob or during combat. So, and so on and so forth. And you'll get to read through all the abilities. It'll tell you, like, for example, this little lock means I can't get there. We have a point up here, but I'm saving it. But all these locks mean there's some kind of requirement that I don't meet. So if I wanted to get sharpened point, I look down at the midpoint of the tooltip and it says level 10, 5 points in Warlord, and cannot be combined with those skills. So the failed condition is the 5 points in Warlord because I have no points in Warlord because we're tanking, right? So there is going to be a strategizing that's going to have to happen with you kitting out your class as you level. And that's for all classes. The Dialord has it, the Paladin has it. The Paladin can either tank, the Paladin can actually heal. We have Ivale in the group right now, and Ivale in the group is actually a Healadin at the moment. I don't know what they're called. I'm sure there's... It could be like Templar or something. Excuse me. On the heal side of the mastery, there'll be one unified word that's used. Whatever that is, that's what he is when he's healing. The server just calls them Healadins. So he's our Healadin. But if he wanted to, he could switch out his masteries to become Paladin. Or a tank, I guess. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody's moving. Perfect. Let's get to pulling. Yeah, people need to understand, man, this game is coming along. People want to complain, this game's never coming out, blah, 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 whatever. Well, you're just ignorant and not paying attention. That's all. And ignorant is not a bad thing. It just means you don't have the knowledge. That's all. People think when the word ignorant is used, it means rude. That's not what ignorant is. Ignorant means you don't have the information. That's why they call it ignorant of the law in court. Am I not on the target that's on you? What is happening? I just hit that guy with so much threat. Yeah, the zone line is a little weird there, Andis. I don't know if somebody was working on the area and moved it, but it seems like the zone line happens before you get to the animation. We found out last night. I have no battle points. Alright, I should have aggro on both of them. He ended up CCing both. That's good. Hey, Necro, what's going on, man? How you doing? We got a spot open if you're jumping in. Every time I pull aggro off of Vorpal and I get ready to build threat, Dove ends up hitting for some ridiculous amount of damage and ends up pulling aggro. It just happened 3 times in a row. It doesn't help the game makes me miss. What's Riverfest? You're by a famous river and you have bands that perform and people go out and throw fireworks? Oh, I should probably get a heal before I go back out there. These guys in here aren't doing the lag pathing. These guys are acting normal. Tables of butter tarts. Ooh, butter tarts. Yeah, we're soon to get Body of Dakara, we're soon to get the underwater combat. They just started converting all the old crafting systems over to the new crafting systems. Things, I feel like VR is gonna drop a whole bunch of stuff on us in the future that we're not expecting. I'm here for all of it. They've got multiple teams working on multiple zones, which is awesome. Happened again. I think that's part of the mechanic where they're going to want tanks to have a few seconds at the start of the fight to establish aggro. We're not really doing that. I don't know what's due to spawn. We ended up killing stuff out of order. I kind of want to pull those guys down the stairs again, but I'm pretty sure there's 4 or 5 pops here that are due to show up in a minute. Oh, why'd I have to go and mess up the spawns? I don't know what's supposed to spawn next. I know these guys are supposed to spawn. These guys won't spawn, but these guys are supposed to spawn. The other guy here is supposed to spawn. This guy is supposed to spawn. The roamer over here I think is supposed to spawn. That guy should stay down. Hey, Nicodemus, what's happening, man? How you doing? How are things over in Monsters and Memories land? I hear people are enjoying getting their butts handed to them in the 2 new zones that opened. Or maybe they're not enjoying it, but let's say I'm being facetious. Oh, I don't know what spawns next, or I'd pull. Taking a break from working quests. I hear the zones are tough but fair. Icarus is pleased. Right on. That's awesome. That's awesome. For those who don't know, Nicodemus is working on Monsters and Memories. Orp got CC'd. What's happening? Are they both stuck there? Did I only get one? I only got one. How did that happen? I am so good. I mean, that was planned. I planned that all along. Yes. That's exactly what just happened there. My goodness, he's tough. Hey, Kimkey, what's happening? I love your message tonight. Puppets can't die. You saw the episode? the second they said that, I was like, that's the title of the stream. So that was my title yesterday. That's when I saw the episode was yesterday. I was like, all right, that's the title of the stream. I love that quote. It was an interesting episode. There were a couple of little nitpicky things that didn't make sense, but outside of that, I enjoyed it. I try to watch like all the seasons just because you typically get a puppet episode every season. I don't know if we'll get a musical episode this season. I'm assuming they'll do a musical episode. I even enjoyed they addressed the problem with sound in space. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I pulled this whole room out of order. They have us on a character wipe this week, so I'm trying to do my best to keep a group together at level and go through the game legitimately, trying to give these guys as much data as I can. I appreciate the fact that my viewers, you know, can actually hang out and they're not too concerned about jumping to the max level. So we have an auto leveler NPC in the game now. So people can actually go to the NPC and boost their character from the beginning in tiers of 5. So level 5, level 10, 15, 20, etc. The last 2 weeks, they allowed players to boost to 40, all the way up to 40. Now they were hoping that the player base would test, or at least a fair bit of the player base would test all the, you know, all the tiers all the way up to 40. But that's not what happened. 99.8% of the server all boosted to 40 and then went to all the lower level zones and started farming everything, which is unfortunate because it didn't give VR any data whatsoever. I've been doing my best to try and stay with legitimate leveling, but it's been difficult because there are very few people playing at the lower levels. They're all boosting to max end, and every time they do a character wipe, more and more players stop playing, which is unfortunate. I don't get it, because they're just simply asking us to test normal progression, but people want to use reasoning like blah blah blah, I've done this half a dozen times before, da da da. But that's ignorant to say that, because the game has changed over and over and over again over the last 16 weeks or 15 weeks. So people should still be doing the same levels over and over and over again. That's what happens when you develop a game, when you build a game, work with a game. So using an excuse like, oh, I've already done the previous tiers and I just want to see the end game, that's not a valid excuse in game development. It's not, for any game. So knock it off. If somebody out there is one of those individuals, stop using that because it's embarrassing. If you don't want to test the game the way they want to be tested, you probably shouldn't play, because you're just going to get sour and your psyche and morale is going to go downhill and you'll get all trolly and whatever, and you know, we probably don't need you. Has Pantheon done their wipe yet by chance? No. So they've done character wipes. We've had, I think this week was the fifth or sixth character wipe in the 15 weeks that this server has been live, the PTR server. They're not planning the so-called wipe that everybody's talking about until their combat mechanics are nailed down. So the combat mechanics, over on the other servers, they have what we call the chevron system. And the chevron system over there was great. I like the chevron system. I really enjoyed it. A lot of people didn't because you can't solo and you can't small group a lot of content because it's all behind chevron mobs or group-based mobs, elite encounters. But I loved that because VR was going for, similar to Monsters and Memories, VR was going for the social group up and kill stuff. But there's a lot of people out there that complained about not being able to solo. So then the plan apparently with VR was to try and make it so that solo and small group was feasible. They had gotten the resources last year to change the combat progression over from the chevron system to what it is right now. Now, if you're familiar with games like EverQuest, the new system is a color scale, meaning that if a mob is too low beneath you, it'll con gray. Then there's green, then there's blue. Sorry, there's not, is there green? I don't remember. But there's green, there's blue, there's white, there's yellow, there's orange, there's purple, red and purple, or purple and red, I can't remember. Anyhow, because of that, and because of the mastery system being in the game now, the mastery system doesn't exist on the other server. So the mastery system changed the way all the classes in the game played. Because of that, the analogy I've been using is building a house. In order to build a house, typically, you have to pour the foundation, wait for the concrete or cement, what have you, to cure, and then build the house on top of it. They had to destroy the foundation and rebuild the foundation before they can build the house. Now, with that said, they are in a position where they have multiple zones going at the same time right now for development, which is phenomenal. That means they have a larger team and they have the time or the resources to do that. But the problem is they don't have enough information still from level 11 to 50 on classes, progression, zones. Like, just to give you another example, a couple of nights ago, we went over to a different zone, different area, to a place called the Galdassi Ruins. The Galdassi Ruins is Aqua Goblins. So we went over to the Galdassi Ruins at around level 15. Now the content over there is around level 15. So it would have been a pretty good testing ground. So what we did was, or at least what I did while we were over there, I kept pace and kept track of how we were killing, what the players or characters in the game were doing, how long it was taking to kill stuff, and it seemed to be pretty smooth. Like, it seemed to be that you could have probably 3 or 4 groups over there running around. Not all in the same area, but running around the whole ruins, you could probably do 3 or 4 groups with the pulls, if they're of the same level. Then we came over to Halmir's Cave yesterday, and that seemed to be going pretty well. But as we got towards the middle part of the dungeon, which was in level with us, meaning that the mobs were conning white for the most part, it seemed like we were killing a bit faster than I would have liked. Like, Visionary Realms... Oh, what just happened? Oh, you. Visionary Realms is trying to get the average time to kill to about 45 seconds. Now, that may change, but for right now, since the PTR server started, they were hoping for 45 seconds. And it does kind of make sense, because when I played Monsters and Memories, it takes that long to kill stuff in monsters as well. But that's beside the point. With the mastery system coming in, they had to butcher the classes and knock them down, and then allow them to be stable and efficient as they leveled to unlock their abilities in the mastery window and be better. The problem is some classes were getting brokenly overpowered. So it's been a pretty lengthy process right now with the combat progression mechanic. I'm assuming we're probably still a couple of months away before they make a decision on the combat progression, because I still feel like they have next to no input or data from the majority of players for levels, let's say 15 to 40, let's say, which is the main part of the game, because around level 15 is when everything opens up. That's when you get access to half a dozen dungeons, and we only have the one continent in at the moment. We don't even have the other 2 continents. So, Anyhow, yeah, this has taken longer than I believe they had anticipated. But they are working at it pretty religiously. We're getting updates every week. They haven't missed an update. There's always been significant changes in every patch. It's been pretty good. Joppa hasn't streamed in months. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you'll see Joppa anytime soon, but I believe once they sign off on the combat mechanic, he'll be back to streaming. Like, a lot of players have to understand, this combat progression is vitally important, above anything else, above crafting, quests, content, raids, whatever. They need to nail this combat progression down. So once the combat progression is down, he'll be freed up, I'm sure, to get back to streaming again. Now, will he stream as often as he used to? Probably not. And he still might not come back to streaming. They might be firing on all cylinders and they want to try and get stuff out as quickly as possible. Who knows? But I don't believe you're going to see Joppa before the combat progression gets signed off on. And when that happens, the PTR build will be pushed out to the other servers. Then VR doesn't have to worry about the combat progression anymore. They can leave it alone because they won't have to mess with it. Then they can focus on the content, on the quests, on what have you, which they've already done and are doing currently. They have scripts written, they've got quests done, they're converting the crafting right now from the old system to the new system. There's a new system that apparently has complexity to it, like difficulty for both harvesting and crafting. So it sounds like there's a good chance you could fail at harvesting or you could fail at crafting an item. Fantastic. I think that's phenomenal. Crafting should not be 100% success, not at all. EQ2 had a perfect crafting system. You could fail and lose the item altogether. EQ did the same thing. You did your sub-combines, you go to do the final combine, and you fail and you lost everything. Now, I'm not saying they should get that severe with it, but it sounds pretty cool what they have planned for crafting. It's just a matter of seeing it implemented. I have mixed feelings on character wipes during an alpha beta. I think it's okay to not wipe and let folks test whatever level. If there is some specific reason to wipe, like testing speed or progression, then sure. It's all about progression. They're trying to find a way to get all the classes to function at the same relative speed when it comes to progressing through the content. That's what it comes down to. And unfortunately, when you change 3 or 4 abilities with an enchanter and it becomes almost game-breaking to continue, then you have to do a character wipe. Or if you update the warrior and all of a sudden 7 of their abilities are busted, and then you have to, do a character wipe to reset the abilities, or what have you. But yes, yeah, we've had, this is Krushnek number 17 or 18, I can't remember. I want to say 17. I'm pretty sure this is Krushnek 17. But we've had 5 character wipes, I believe, since the start of this server. Just this server alone. But I'm all here for it. I've said it from the very beginning. Like I'm here to test the crap. I would have done the same thing, or will do the same thing when I jump back into monsters. Like I'm planning to jump back into monsters. Hopefully by the end of this month, maybe even September, just to hang out for a bit, see what's going on or what's been happening. I don't think I'd restart at level 1 because it seems like they have all the information they need because they don't do character wipes over there for whatever reason. So I'm guessing they can just throw a couple switches and adjust the game accordingly, which is cool. But I do plan on spending a bit more time over there. Oh, that's probably 3. And that's the other thing, like, for example, even with monsters, like, monsters isn't redoing their combat. Like, they're changing classes, sure, but they still have, like, you guys still have your base calculations for combat that haven't really changed. I haven't seen anything in the news about monsters changing the way combat is calculated. These guys are changing, like, most MMORPGs don't do this. WoW didn't do this, EQ didn't do this. Well, EQ kind of did it when the stat crunching thing happened. EQ2 did the same thing, But that was 7-8 years after launch, right? Nobody really hits a hard reset during development on how the fundamental of combat is done. And VR has done that. That's why these changes have to happen. That's why these resets have to happen. If it wasn't for the combat progression, we wouldn't, like, once they sign off on the progression, there's no more character wipes until launch. It won't happen. Because they won't have to worry about it, because they'll be comfortable enough with how combat is played out. That's the whole point of signing off on the combat progression. But that's all. I mean, I'm not trying to, what's the word? I'm not trying to unicorn and rainbow everything and you know, talk them up and defend them. I mean, I've got my issues with them as well. And if they do something that I'm not a fan of, I'm vocal about it also. But there are a lot of people out there that don't understand what's going on, and I do. At least more than most. So that's all. That's all. Everything I've just said, I've said it before. I've said it multiple times. The story hasn't changed. It's just the timeline has changed. That's all. Or the goalposts have been moved. Hey AWD, the TTK to group honestly feels about the same as when there were chevrons. It's the solo TTK. Yeah. The solo TTK is, I mean, it's rough after like level 15. It's pretty near impossible. Like soloing 15 plus is, unless you have all the buffs from all the classes and then you run out into the world to do something, it's significantly difficult to impossible for anybody to solo. Enchanter used to be, but then they completely changed the Enchanter. Now it's a completely different beast. Even once they have everything working for the Enchanter, I still don't think with all the pet upgrades, I still don't think the Enchanter is going to be able to solo like it does on the other servers. I think it's still going to need help. Soloing is going to be a problem. For sure. But I'll tell you this. I have a problem soloing on a fighter in Monsters. You don't have heals, you don't have buffs. It's all good. It's not too long before EA. Feels a bit like the end of a marathon. I'll get a day to get a breather, look around, see folks playing. Yeah, for sure. They've done it 2-3 times from what I've heard. Making games is hard. Any game that makes it across the finish line is a small miracle. Yes, well, also, MMORPGs, by genre, MMORPGs are the hardest games to work on. They're the hardest games to build. They're the hardest games to staff. They're the hardest games to support. They're the hardest games to get approved. Above all of it, FPSs, RTSs, strategy, puzzle, platformers, CRPGs, JRPGs, ABCs, 1-2-3s. But MMORPGs are the most difficult genre of video game to build, period. And if you don't know that, you need to go do some homework. Oh no, I'm rooted for like 6 seconds. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. 2 seconds, I'm running. I'm gonna die. No bueno. Yeah, I failed. Oh, I'm gonna die. I need to be picked up. Poison's gonna get me. Poison got me. Man, curse that root. That's like a 12-second root. What the French tickler is going on there? 12-second root in my butt. And guys. I said this before, I'll say it again, and Ivel just refreshed my memory. 2 words. Star Citizen. Conversation's over. Like really, like every day someone comes in and we have these conversations about timelines for MMOs. All I have to say is Star Citizen, and then I can pretty much ignore you for the rest of the stream. I choose not to, but all I gotta do is say Star Citizen. You've got an MMO with hundreds of developers that's made over $1 billion, and their last big event they just had was a complete disaster and catastrophe because not a single Star Citizen player has a complete A to Z video game. If you gave the Monsters crew $1 billion, or you gave Visionary Realms $1 billion, these conversations wouldn't happen because you'd be stupid to say so. So, that's all I'm saying. Star Citizen, 2 words. And all this talk, all this, people come in and they troll and they try and say these useless nonsense, immature comments, and they try to get a rise out of people. All you got to do is say Star Citizen, and the conversation stops. So, there you go. Period. That really brings the train to a screeching halt. It's Star Citizen. Conversation's over. Star Citizen, what an interesting story. They've raised so much money. It's kind of insane. Over $1 billion. $1 billion with a B. Over $1 billion. World of Warcraft hasn't even done that. $1 billion. What happened? Wipe? With what? With Star Citizen? So Star Citizen didn't have a wipe. Star Citizen is still going, but Star Citizen is not a completed project. Oh, it wasn't a wipe. I died because the pole, I got dotted up by the silencer. So I died to some dots, and then Andis, I think, must have got aggro, and he ended up dying as well before he could get out. I think. Yeah, Haley's got it there. They stunned Mez. So it wasn't a wipe. Nobody else died. Just the muscle. I mean, Prosaic, you know, I'll be honest. 11 years ago when they first came out and said, hey, if you spend $500 real money, we'll give you a ship. I was like, nope, I'm good. Yeah, I'm not going to use the S word to describe that, but when that came out, I was like, nope, I'm good. And then there wasn't ship insurance. So if you lost your ship, you lost your ship. So then they had to bring in ship insurance to cover you. Yes, Nicodemus is correct. Last week, they had an event with Star Citizen, and it went disastrously. It was bad. It was bad. They don't have a complete project. So again, like I said, when people come in here immaturely going off about why they're so sour about this game, and how they talk praise about monsters or ashes or whatever, you just need to say Star Citizen and the conversation stops. And if they keep talking after you've said Star Citizen, you just want to ignore them for the rest of life. Like, I hate to say it, but it's I don't want to use the word good. It's convenient for me that Star Citizen is in the situation that it is. Because it pretty much keeps all of you out there that come in here trying to get a rise or whatever, keeps you guys dumb. I'm okay with that. The same zone line gets me and trying to loop, but lets me die at the same time, right? The scope of what they are doing is so huge. I'm trying to remember when they started the Kickstarter. Oh God, yeah, it was, dude. It's been more than 12 years ago. So, if I remember correctly, they started with an epic ship system. It was going to be EVE Online, but a whole different process. You were going to be able to get out and go to space stations, and whatnot, and then they went and added on to it that they were going to add a component where you could get in a ship, leave your space station, fly to one of a billion planets, land on the planet, do some quests, run around and get some stuff, get back in your ship, launch and leave atmosphere, go back to your space station, travel to another galaxy or whatever solar system. It just kept growing into this massive beast, and then people signed on and they got hooked on it, and then the money just kept rolling in. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful looking game, and for what functions, it works well, but all the pieces still aren't together. It's a jigsaw puzzle that is missing pieces. That's what it is. It's a jigsaw puzzle that has been missing pieces for a very long time. And it seems like, based off this last event, it's going to miss these pieces for quite a while after. Which is unfortunate. But again, it's convenient for me because it keeps the trolls at bay when they come in here. Because then, now that you guys know, when somebody comes in here and starts to troll, you guys know they're just embarrassing. So, it's great. It's great. It works for me in my favor. Again, don't get it wrong. I hope Star Citizen succeeds. I don't like seeing that the players that have put so much of their time into the game and they still don't have a completed project. I want it to succeed. It's just beneficial for me right now that it's not. That's all. I want all MMOs to succeed. The more MMOs that succeed, the more MMOs that we get. It's when they stop succeeding that they end up going away. But there's enough people out there on the internet that you could have 7 or 8 different MMORPGs running at the same time, with MMORPGs in the future, and there's enough players to feed all 7, 8, 9 sources. But when they fail, people who would be interested turn away and go to extraction shooters, single-player RPGs, FPSs. And we don't want that. We want people to be making more MMORPGs. You might not want to play them, but you should still, all of us should still be hoping they're successful, because them succeeding may lead to your favorite MMORPG coming out. You just haven't played it yet. Sorry, group. I was in tells. No Man's Sky kind of set the bar. Yeah. Hello Games. That's a whole thing there too. They came out with the single player version of that, and they touted being able to go to so many planets that you would never see another person in the game. And then they had their few years of absolute disastrousness. But my understanding right now is that game is phenomenal right now. They've put so much into that game. That game has turned around. Okay, sir, I've got to get back to Night Harbor. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, Nicodemus, man, have a good night, dude. Thanks for stopping by. As always. See, chat, I keep in touch with monsters. I get people that come in here all the time, man. You guys don't know who I talk to. I talk to quite a few people. Most of the updates recently in No Man's Sky are things they've learned while making Light No Fire. Yeah. Hey, Yezi, what's going on, man? How you doing? Just broke up. Oh, just woke up. Gotcha. I was like, if you just broke up, sorry to hear it. Getting ready to jump on your shaman? Right on. Excuse me. Yeah, there's no solid updates to Light No Fire. Not in a while. Somebody's out there trying to say they're further along than players think. There's no valid proof of that. So yeah, so there's no big update at the moment. But again, we need to hope that all MMORPGs are successful. Whether you plan on playing it or not, you still need to root for them. No, I don't. I don't have to root for them. Well, fine. Then you're going to stay crotchety and whiny, and you're not going to have an MMORPG to play. So just stop talking. They have my support despite their silence due to No Man's Sky's track record. For sure, for sure. I'm sure that if it's still actively in development and quite healthy, that's probably why it's been silent. They don't want another, No Man's Sky fiasco. Because that was quite the fiasco. Holy smokes. That game quickly became the most hated project in the known universe for quite a while. But every time they've had an update, I've seen a lot of streamers go back to playing it. Every time, and they gush about the game. They can't say enough awesome things about it. I don't have the time. I thought about it last year, the year before. I had thought about looking at No Man's Sky, but I never picked it up. You should. You would like. Don't twist my arm now. I feel like if I jumped into No Man's Sky, I'd be in there for a long time. I know how big No Man's Sky is currently, and I wouldn't want to only be in there for a fraction of the time. And then I'd be worried that I'd be in there for a whole lot of time. They gotta start throwing armor down here. They go around sprinkling armor in different places, and they haven't come here for it. The only armor that starts to drop is the level 28 stuff. Oh, AWD, man, I went all through. Everything Elder Scrolls I've been through. The only thing I haven't been through with Elder Scrolls was whatever the expansion was for ESO that introduced the Necromancer. I forget the name of the expansion, but I haven't played anything from that point forward. But man, yeah, I loved ESO. ESO was fantastic. But then they went from... So, I stopped playing ESO back when they had the veteran levels. Now, the veteran levels have become the champion points system. But they used to be the veteran levels, and that was hell. And I only played for so long, and I was like, well, I've been through 2 of the storylines. I'm not doing the 3rd storyline, so I guess I'm done. So I stopped playing ESO. I love Elder Scrolls, man. I had it in my head to jump back into Skyrim. I don't think I'm going to do it, though. But ESO was a lot of fun. I just haven't been back there because I ended up back in EQ, right? This is years ago. Okay, gotcha. Right on, man. No worries. Have I looked into Eternal Tombs? I believe I looked into Eternal Tombs. I think my chat had me look into it last year. I believe. I'm pretty sure. The name is familiar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we looked at it like a year ago. But it's been a long time. I think it was around the time that I was introduced to, what was that game? Aaron Shore? I think it's called Aaron Shore? Are there 3 here? Oh, there's 3 here. Hang on. There's a demo coming in October. For what? For Aaron Shore? Or for Eternal Tombs? For Tombs? Oh, interesting. I will have to keep an eye out. Hey, Snap. Thought I was working today? I worked in the morning. I did my other duties in the morning. I don't go back to work until tomorrow. Oh, wrong target. My bad. By the way, chat, for anybody wondering, our CC'er this evening is a rogue. And they are phenomenal. Come on. Give me that landing. Nope. You gotta reset. Too close. You guys keep an eye on that first room and let me know if there's a respawn. There's the enforcer. He's gotta turn away. These are tough mobs, by the way, chat. All of the mobs up here just went levels above what we've been fighting. Nope. Come down to that landing. Perfect. Don't root me, don't root me, don't root me. Don't root me. Should be one. I think I'm a genius. Gonna hide around the corner because it's a caster. Nobody should get aggro. Oh, Evale got aggro. How long is root for? We can't have them. Everybody come back in line of sight. Especially Ivale. Stand over by me, Ivale. Come on. Okay. Banner's down. Alright, jump on him. I have no battle points. If you get aggro, I'm not going to be able to pull it off you, so be careful. Stuff just got aggro. Nice. And now we got the silencer out of the way. This one's yellow con to me, so this one should be much easier. I shouldn't say much easier. Oh, I'm rooted. Oh, that's okay. It's just the jailer. I should be able to get back to you guys. Yeah, I can get back to you guys. are you? I know you're gonna walk around the corner the second I go up the stairs. Yep, told you. Come on. Don't you? No, come on, man, come on. 4 steps. What the okay, whatever. I can't tag him because he's gonna tag those 2 in the corner. Get down here. Perfect. Incoming. This is gonna hurt. Oh, we got an ad. Let him come to the wall. Nobody, for the love of all that's simple. Nobody come to the wall. Yeah. Let him face me. Zone out, zone out, zone out, zone out. If I go down, you guys gotta zone, like immediately you guys gotta zone out. These guys are 2 to 3 levels higher than us. It was unfortunate. I should have waited for that room to spawn. But you see how much damage I took? He hit me twice with that frontal. My health was gone. He hit so hard. Excuse me. We'll have to go through Helnir's again. You guys bound over there. Of course I didn't. Boy. Well, actually, I guess if you guys are running through Helnir's, I could probably just run straight to BRK, I guess. Unless you're waiting for me, in which case I'll be there in a minute or 3. No problem, Andis. Oh, okay, we're in visiting. Gotcha. I saw the arrows ahead of me and thought you guys had already gone. Thank you. Now, with my luck, it's gonna wear off in a second. Does anything here see? No, I don't think so. Dying, it went off. Dying in first Black Rose room? What does that mean? He's back in the safe room? He must be back in the safe room. Oops. You might have to come back, Dove. Actually, you might not. I'm dragging. I still have it. Doesn't seem to be wearing off. Famous last words. Wow, I can't believe it lasted. Oh, shoot. Okay, they gotta fix that zone. Hopefully your corpse is on the other side of that zone. Let me go back over and see. Yep, it's right here. Okay. I'm gonna drag it just a little bit away from that door. And I'm gonna drop it there. Oh, what happened to Ivale? Did you make it through Ivale? Ah, there you are. Perfect. Oh, there's no XP res, right? I can just loot my body? I can just loot my body. Okay, we're gonna try this chat with no heals. Or very little heals. Ranger heals. Uh-oh. That's not good. Run. Who are we talking to? I don't run. I have no battle points for the next pull though, so that'll be a problem. Okay, we got mostly full. I'm gonna try and get a single, but I'm not gonna have aggro at the beginning of this fight because I don't have battle points. I think there's 2 over there, right? Might be a problem. Can't reach them. Yeah, there's 2 there. I just got 2. Oh, there's 3. We might have to zone these. No, no. I did not just zone out prone. I'm probably dead. No, I'm near death. I'm near death. I need to pick me up. Dove to the rescue. Now that was close, chat. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that again, or for a while. Zoning out prone. The crew boss walked around the corner and I didn't see him. That's what happened. I would have had the 2, but the crew boss was to my left. If it had just been the 2 workers, we'd have been fine. Interesting. That's Black Rose Keep up there. There you are. Okay. You should be detecting me in a moment, right now. Yep. Take another step. Nope, just aggro. Cool, that works too. Now, crew boss is going to be a bit more difficult. Or maybe not. Yeah, see, two is fine. 3 is the problem, because you just don't get enough battle points to be able to juggle 3 with less than 6 people and no heals. However, chat can see that we are doing this in what is defined as a small group and pretty much no heals. We have the ranger heals, which are nice, but unfortunately they don't equate to the other healers in the game. But as long as I'm careful with the pulls, we should be good. Now this guy's investigating. Why'd he go around the corner? What is he doing over there? Okay, oh, hello, you. I think I just got the one now. Oh, that was beautiful. That was unexpected. That was a long way for that dude to pass. I've never seen him walk over there before. We are brave adventurers after all. Yes, we are. If we're not going to do the testing, who else is going to do the testing? Okay, we're going to wait probably 10 seconds. Then I'll tag this next guy, and that way we break up the spawn here. That will give me an easier time to pull these 2 corners every time they respawn. Oh, we got 2 anyways. No, we got 3. I'm getting that crew boss. Try and burn that worker if you can, and then we'll have to zone. I don't know if I'm going to be able to survive. Nope, I got it. I think I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Oh, thank goodness you all got through. Does the game render like this for you guys too when you zone over? Or is it just me? Yeah, it does? Okay. I am glad it is not me. No worries, man. Just let me know when you're ready. Now, why did we get 3 that time? Did those 2 tie into this guy? That shouldn't have happened. The one we killed must have been the one off to the right. There's normally 2 off to the right, but the dude wasn't up. We must have killed him on the last pull. Yeah, he's not there. There's the 2 dudes. Okay, so that's a 3 pull. That's it. Wait a minute. There's 2 dudes over there? Hang on. It's gotta be. Oh, that's a roamer. One, maybe 2. 2. Walk again, dude. 1, 2. Nope. Oh, that's bogus. I got 3. Zone. Zone. Or not, we'll just fight through it. Excuse me. Okay, I gotta sit down. Just for a moment, and then I'll get up. Orp's got some health. Dove's got aggro. Okay. Alright, make a fibber out of me. I'm like, oh, if we pull 3, we should just zone. Dove's like, nope, not having it. No way. Not a thing. Does not compute. Spectre, I'm telling you, man, the rogue, people sleep on the rogue, man. The rogue is I can't wait to see what they do with the mastery trees. The rogue is phenomenal. He was able to lock both of those guys down, so instead of having 2 on the pull, we had 1 on the pull while the 2 got locked down. Hey Donnie, the game looks so good after all the updates. I like the concept of the mastery. Does it work? Yes, it does work. To give you an idea after this fight. So for the warrior, you have your offense, your DPS, which is the warlord, and then over here you have your defense, which is the bastion. That's what I am. I'm bastion, so I'm playing the tank. And it's phenomenal. Did she just say you fool? Am I hearing things? I thought she just said you fool. By the way, Chad, again, we're doing this pretty much without a healer. We have ranger heals, but for the damage that I'm taking, it wouldn't be enough to sustain a solid fight or a fun fight. But we're doing this with no priests. No priests in the group. And these mobs con blue and white. You made it, Pally? Right on. Yeah, Ranger Mastery will be interesting. Well, Masteries for Rogue would be Cloak and Dagger, where Cloak has a lot of powerful stealth and Dagger's DPS. True. Wherever the stealth is, wherever the stealth is where the CC is going to be. So I could definitely see that. Cloak would definitely be CC, stealth, and then Dagger would be dots, poisons, crit chance. I mean, it'll probably be something like, excuse me, like Assassin and Brigand. Nope, there's 3. 1 just spawned. Uh-oh, I got a zone. I just said you'd never see this happen again, and I just pulled it off twice. I'm gonna need somebody to zone through and pick me up when you get here. You guys still have full health, so you're probably at least gonna nuke one of them. Although my health is going down. Now we have the 4-minute debuff, so we can't go down again or else we're dead. Can Rangers not CC? I believe they have a route, but that's it. They are not a CC class, I don't think. So I don't know what their mastery is going to be. And it won't necessarily be ranged versus melee as far as DPS goes, because their engage and disengage is melee and ranged. So whatever they decide on, I don't know. Because the rogue does all the CC. The rogue's able to lock down 3 mobs if need be, but I'm trying to keep the pulls to 2. Oh, Ranger lost the root trap in PTR. Okay, so the trap's going to come back in the mastery window. Rangers will get the traps back in the mastery window. So maybe they get... Okay, so... What if the rogue gets spec'd out for melee, and the ranger gets spec'd out the same way, but for ranged, right? So the ranger is probably going to have ranged on one side and CC utility on the other, and the rogue's going to have melee on one side and CC utility on the other. That could be what happens. Could be. Oh. Roamer's up. That's not good. You took aggro, and I'm not going to be able to get it back. Can't do anything. Oh, they both spawned. Shoot, I was too slow. What? How are they both investigating over that way? They walked... Oh, that's dirty. They walked all the way around the pillar. That's dirty. What's happening? I think someone's doing that on purpose. I think someone's controlling these spawns. He's CCing and pumping DPS. Yeah. He's doing all the things that a rogue is supposed to do, which is fantastic. Okay, how are there two? There was only one over there. If I go back up to that opening and the mob on the right is not there, there's no way that mob on the right should have aggroed. There's no way. All threat was on the left side of the opening. If I turn right, he's not there. Oh, that's dirty. All the threat was over here, and we were out of this guy's investigation range, and he still aggroed. That's just wrong. They did that on purpose. Is nobody up there? Nobody's up there. Can I get him? I think I can. Oh, that's so shit. They gotta. I'm bugging this. I'm bugging this. Are you kidding? I just charged into the mob and it zoned me over the other side, which means the mob's gonna die. We're not gonna get the exp. Okay, I'm bugging this. That's dumb. I don't know who moved this. Somebody moved the goalpost here. This zoning did not work like this before. That's nonsense. That is such nonsense. If the mob is in front of you, and you jump to the mob, and you drop straight down behind the mob is ahead of you, so the mob should be at the end of what would be the zone line, which means you should not zone forward unless you push forward, and I did not push forward. We got both guys there. We got this roamer. I gotta watch this roamer. He goes back to... Okay, so he must walk up here. Yep. I think there's two. What am I doing? Get off the wall. Holy smokes. Now, this might be a 3-pull. There's still 2 guys right there. I need this guy to come for a stroll. Come for another stroll, buddy. Right over there. Oh, you didn't even... That's... Oh. Nope, you reset. That's dirty. That's dirty. Come on. What's happening? Why is he not aggroing? What about you two? Yeah, see? I know. Now, can you walk? Come back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should be 1. If this is 1, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I'm so good. I play this game too much. I need to stop. Nobody does it better, chat. Wait a minute. Oh, you both spawned. That's not good. Oh no. Resisted. Why do you say why? I didn't do anything. I waited till they came to me. No loot in there? Not really. There's no armor. So there is soft leather armor that can drop. This stuff here. But there's no stats on it. It's very basic. There is the odd chance you get a green weapon, but it's like so rare in this area. You pretty much have to move further in. Once you move in past the cellar and you go into the jail and then you start going up into the outside, then you start seeing more gear drop. But for whatever reason down here, there's like nothing. It's very unfortunate. A lot of people don't come here. As you can see, this place was empty when we came in today and yesterday. A lot of people don't come through this way because there's absolutely nothing here. Oh, I didn't see that roamer till just now. Where'd that roamer go? Is he investigating? I think he's investigating. There's the worker. There's clearly a roamer down there. Excuse me. It was clearly a rumor. I saw somebody walk to the left. There you are, turd. Nope. Thief mastery tree where you slowly drain gold out of an enemy's pocket. I mean, that's true. That is something that's not in the game right now, or hasn't been in the game, is pickpocket. What is happening? Oh, no. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, chat, I just realized the time. I gotta head out. I should have logged out like 10 minutes ago. Anyhow, those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. We'll be live again tomorrow, or at least we should be live tomorrow. Chances are we'll be in Pantheon. It is a Monday, so we'll have to see what the Pantheon's looking like, what the population is looking like. Hopefully, if we can put a group together, maybe we move down to the Ghosts, or maybe we come back here and try and push up the stairs. I don't know. It's going to depend on who's available. So, regardless, you guys have yourselves a good day or a good evening, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.